light up in here. What do we want to do? Yeah, that will be that. Alrighty. Okay, let's start building this up. Yeah, let's do this here. Fine. I'll reset you, stupid. Hey, Eugene. that's there. And that's open. Hey, Leo. Always not in the right spot. Well, let's get these on. Ah, God damn it. Oh, I'm getting too old for this shit. give this a run through for a little bit. Never leave home without it. Do I not have that? Oh, I got that right. Hey, Strasburg. BLI for the win, man. All my Steam's BLI. I won't buy anything but BLI Steam. I think I gotta add a feed. Oh yeah, how the hell did I even miss that? Huh. Yeah. What in the hell? God damn it. Oh, I'm too lazy to go get the ones in the car. So, we are going to... Where's my frickin' pencil here? Huh, I never noticed this. Uh, the treads on the steps on this switcher you see through. Okay, so we'll replace this one since I'm not being able to put my feet in right now. Like that. Why? Oh, I always make that same damn mistake. Okay. Which way? Which way? Alrighty, now that we're at a spot, I can get back to chat. Always something. Alrighty, now that this is all set, I'll be back. Alrighty. Have fun, Matt. I think I need to get another DT602. I can't control any more trains. Yeah, that'll be after the programmer. It still baffles my mind how Bachman thinks their Shea is going to be like twice as good as the BLI one. I'm really curious on seeing it. Don't answer the phone. Or answer it and go mushy mushy, or what's something people hate? Oh, I love ice. There you go. No one will fucking call you after that. Oh, Pose, I got it. Answer your phone. Mega Central, make aquariums great again. I used to actually, a lot of times when the telemarketers called, I would answer at Konnichiwa. Would throw them for a fucking loop. I actually answered the phone in Klingon once. Never got a call back from them again. Hey, Poles. Oh, Pose. Leo Pose. You missed it. Remember how I was telling you about how the track doesn't go in just right? And it'll ride up onto the unit connector, the unit joiner? That's what happened in that back corner. That's what I was fixing. No sir, man, I ain't no sir. Oh, hell no. I'd have to kick my own ass. I'm just a dude talking to other dudes. Trying to figure out who's with me, man. Oi. I'm just saying, it happened to me. I derailed each and every car. I derailed a truck on each and every one of those freight cars as I was coming around that curve. That's what I get for putting it back together and not checking it. Yeah, that's kind of hard with only two controllers. This 5569, it's a love-and-hate relationship. I love the locomotive. I hate the fact that it's so basic in features that I'll never buy Bowser again. I guess I'm spoiled with all my BLIs and Rapidos with all their different lights. It really irks me that it doesn't have number board lights. I mean, I've never bought a Bowser before. This is my first Bowser locomotive. And granted, I didn't pay that. I got it on like super sale. Its MSRP is $350. For $350, I would have expected more than just the headlight. But luckily I paid, what did I pay for that? $122, 120 something. It was on super sale. Again, beautiful locomotive, nicely detailed. And honestly, class lights, To me, class lights are still a fad. Let's just call it. That's not the word. That's not the correct term, but it's something that you don't need. It's just nice to have. But the number board lights, that's, I mean, shit. Come on, man. They've been doing that since the '90s. Well, yeah, that's why I'm not really pissy about this locomotive, because I didn't pay that much. If I would have paid full price, oh, I would have been pissed. The problem is these companies, even BLI is guilty of this too. Rapido is everyone's guilty of this. They don't list what the loco has. If I'm buying a car, I want to know if it has heated mirrors and heated seats and heated steering wheel and defrosting mirrors and, you know, all this shit. I want to know it for the loco too. I want to know what lights light up. I mean, with BLI, I'm not too worried about BLI. I'm not too worried about Rapido. They kind of have a standard. But, you know, does Athearn and Atlas have lit number boards? Do they have, I know they have directional headlights. Do they have class lights? Do they have cab, you know, they don't tell you cab interiors, cab lights, or anything like that. Oh, no cab interior either on the Bowser. Yeah, I mean, well, like I said, they're all like that, even BLI. But again, BLI, with the history they have, you can probably, you know, you can look at a locomotive and go, okay, that's going to light up, this is going to light up, so on and so forth. And you can also figure it out. You know, at least I can figure it out on BLI, on what is actually lit. You only have a certain amount of, we'll call them light sockets. And if it has two rear lights in the back, like the FEF here, it has the rear backup light and then the red brake light. Because it has the two lights in the rear, I know the class lights aren't going to light up on the tender. Whereas the GS4, yeah, the GS4, it has a rear backup light, and that's it. So it has the marker lights lit. The Challenger is also a dual light like the FEF, so there's no rear marker lights. And my question is, why can't you just put, if you have front marker lights, why can't marker lights just be marker lights? I don't get it. I would have made a mess of wiring, but that is a way you could have done it. So from what I've noticed, you got a cab light. Yeah, it would be 2 in the rear, and what would that be? 1, 2, 3, 4, possibly 4 in the front. You got 2 rear lights, whether it be the one of them's the backup light, the directional lighting. The other one would be, you know, brake light or marker lights. On the Blue Goose, you have the brake light and the tender light, which is on the cab, on the roof of the cab, that shines up, you know, on the top of the tender. As for the front, you got your marker lights, your headlight, your, I'll say your alternate light, which, you know, would be your Mars light or whatever. And your headlight, auxiliary light, marker light, number boards. No, you can't. It's the same locomotive. It's just DC and non-DCC. Or you got your DCC sound and your DC ready. The lighting and everything's all the same. Like I said, I mean, you could probably do it. Again, if you have the front marker lights, you could run a line to the rear marker lights. I mean, you'd have to, maybe not, unless they didn't mold it for the wire and the lights to go through the tender. I don't know. Yeah, but the quote-unquote DC ready version, the basic version, is the same as the sound, lighting-wise. Well, I'm not quite sure. I know Athearn Blue Boxes used to have to isolate the motor, which was an extra step that you had to take on DC that's not DCC ready. As for wiring in a decoder, I mean, it can't be that hard, man. This wire goes to that wire goes to this wire, and you're done. They're all color-coded. I mean, although I'm like you, I'm not going to go digging around in a $500 locomotive. Yet I'll go and dig around in an $800 radio. Go figure. Oh, for sure. I mean, I hate DCC. I hate the sound of diesels, yet the diesels I buy are still going to be sound. Although, I got to hand it to this one. This diesel does sound good. I might have to turn it up, I don't know. Oh, I was in scale. This board was built for an N-scale layout. Oh, see, and I might be canceling it. I might be canceling the ES44. All depends on what BLI says when they get back to me. Because if that flag is wrong, I'm not buying it. I'm not paying that much. I'll give you $10 for it. Yeah, I don't agree with that at all. You have extra space in HO, but it's just the same extra space as an N scale, just scaled up. Seriously. The HO locomotives are packed underneath it. I mean, I DCC conversion to all my N-scale stuff. And honestly, like I said, the amount of room inside an N-scale is the same as an HO. In fact, the only one that had like literally no room in it was the Kato FEF. That was literally packed to the inside of the shell. The F units that I had and the E units, they had extra space in them. I don't know. I want them to fucking release this club loco, man. It's really screwing up my my timeline here. I gotta write to them about that. I don't get any of my mailings. I joined the club. I don't get the quarterly mail. I've never gotten a quarterly mailing. I don't get my newsletters. Yet I signed up for them like 4 or 5 times. The newsletter, That would have been the one that already went out on their website, though, I think. Oh, yeah, I never did sound. I just DCC'd them. And if memory serves me, they were like super, I want to say they were just drop-in boards. You bent some metal up, pulled out the old board, threw the new board in, and bent the metal back down, and you were done. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how it did it. I actually like these little Overtons behind the Shay. Hey, I'm just happy that they confirmed that they're working on other Shays, Heislers, and Climaxes. Cool. Which means I'll wait on all of them. I wanted the Bachmann because it was a Class C. I was going to get the River Rossi Heisler because it's the Heisler, but being that BLI's working on them, I'll wait. Hey, Jeff. Oh, Matt's gone already. I guess he went to Dave's house. To do a stream. Yeah, I'm getting there. No fucking way. An AC-12, huh? They're finally coming out with an AC-12. Oh, that's so going on this fucking layout. I loved my AC, what was it, a 4 or a 5? Beautiful locomotive. That was the first BLI locomotive I bought. And I bought that with insurance money too, I think. Oh yeah, that's when the lady did the U-turn and slammed into my Mustang. possibly. Because AC-12 would be a new model, so that might be brass hybrid. The AC-4 and 5 are definitely metal, so they're going to be cheaper. I honestly prefer their metal locomotives. Out of all the locomotives that they build, this S2 or the S1, the 4 or the 6446 that's coming out, did not need to be brass at fucking all. And that's a problem I have with BLI. They're making shit out of brass they don't need to. The Blue Goose didn't need to be brass. That could have been metal. There's nowhere near enough piping and detail. You know, I'm gonna write to them and be like, what the fuck, man? Because this is a club. I thought this was the monthly. No, this is a club one. Well, they better get back to me before they fucking ship it. And I'm actually kind of pissed that they charged me for my locomotive and they don't even have the locomotive yet. I'm not too keen on that. They said they were going to charge me when it's shipped. It's the little things like that that pisses me off. Who the hell's tender is this? Wait a minute. USOB. Oh, is this N scale or HO? Hold on. Variable share, working on auxiliary tender in HO. I asked them about water auxiliary tenders not even a week ago, and they said no, they're not doing any. Well, no, because the club locos are built to order, I have no problem with a deposit. And I was under the impression that the remainder was going to be charged when it was shipping. I was charged, shit, what, 2 weeks ago? Yeah, that's why I will not pre-order from Rapido. Everything Rapido pre-order wise, I order through Lombard because it's free. You don't pay until you get it. Yeah, you lost me at Mustang, Jeff. I will never buy another Mustang. They're the biggest piles of crap. Unibody chunk. Frisco 1522. 1522. Is that the Decapod? CBQE5, I bet that's the one they're doing from IRM. Pacifics and Mikados. I would so be into a heavy Pacific. Okay, so that's one less thing I gotta hunt for. Oh yeah, I'm not like that. I'm not like that at all. If my money goes somewhere, I know exactly. I'm really, I got my eye on my money everywhere. Because at any given time, I can have 4 or 5 things going. I made that mistake in the fish, when I did the fish. Now I make notes. I got a little app on my phone. Actually, it's a really fucking good app. It's, what the hell is this thing called? It's called Model Railroad Constants. And what it is it's a inventory. I keep all my locos in it. You can make notes and everything. Like honestly, what's that crazy ass company that said that they modified a locomotive, but then they're claiming that they made it from scratch with all the fans in it? I was about to pre-order one of those, but when they wanted full price pre-order, I'm like, screw you, man. One, you're a new company. No one knows you. No one knows how this is your first engine. It might be a pile of crap. We don't know. I'm not paying full price for something that you're not even going to tell me when it's coming out. Like BOI, I would have no problem paying full price. I know they're going to stand behind it. Same with Rapido. But for a new company, their first locomotive and all that stuff, and there's a lot of things about that locomotive that worry me. You're going to have 5 motors in a locomotive. How are you going to dissipate the heat? Oh, I know. Shit, I had a scare last week. My car, my dashboard went all crazy. My electrical system in the car ends up, I'm thinking, oh man, I don't know what the hell it is. You know, could it be the computer? The battery's brand spanking new. I got it like, what, 2 months ago or something like that. I want to say I put a new alternator on there too. But maybe I didn't. But, so I'm like thinking, oh yeah, 1,000, 15, 200, 2,000 or something. Nope. It was a battery. The battery went bad already. Not saying I like the fact that I had to spend the money for a new battery again, but it could have been a lot worse. Okay, let's go back to this. Well, dude, if you only have one guy in shipping, this is an example of me getting pissed off. BOI. If you're saying we should kindly have patience because you only have one guy in your shipping department, hire another guy. Get a temp guy. Just call up we did that at the print shop. We'd call up an agency. Yeah, we need 5 people over here. They'd send out 5 people. Yeah, well, dude, I'm sending my EA back, and they already told me it's going to be 11 to 12 weeks at least. And honestly, I don't know how they're going to fix it because I think it has one of the bad Paragons in it. I think it has one of the bad Paragon 3s in it. At first I thought it was my layout, but being that the RS3 and the E8 are both non-capacitor, just like the EA is, I would assume they'd run the same. Okay, can I ask a question? So these renders of the N-scale theater car, how do we know that's the renders of the N-scale theater car? To me, it looks like the renders of the HO theater car that they put out, you know, what, last year or something? I would stick with Paragon 4. Don't do Paragon 3. So the difference between Paragon 3 and 4. 4 has the Keep Alive in it. 3 does not. 4 has a little bit of extra settings that 3 does not. I.e., CV2, oh man, 227 I think it is. It's the warning horn. It's this. When the locomotive stops, starts, and backs up, it does the horns. So, Paragon 3, you have the 2 settings. Stock, which is 2, and 6, which is, it does the horn. But in Paragon 4, you have another setting, which is 14, which it doesn't move the locomotive until it's done with the horn. And that's the settings I have set on the Steam. Plus Paragon 3, they did have some problems with Paragon 3. My cab forward, while I had it, ran fine. The EA, on the other hand, it goes and it'll just stop. And then it like shuts off and starts back up. It's almost like it's shorting, but it's not. I have a feeling it's a setting somewhere, like a voltage sensitivity setting. It's just too sensitive. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking on the renders. And I don't want to see freaking renders. I don't want to see renders. I don't want to see computer generated pictures. I want to see what I'm buying. I want to see a picture of it. If you go to the Blue Goose, you can see pictures of the Blue Goose. They don't do that anymore though. They only do renders. Hell, the Shay, I was pissed because you didn't even get good renders of the Shay. They still don't have good renders of the Shay up. All they have is a single picture, which is the, what would that be? The 5 view? Top, side, front, back? Yeah, 5 view. Well, see, that's another thing. I could have sworn, and I would bet my fucking life on it. When they announced this Shay, when they started heavily announcing it again, what, last year, within the last 2 years, I'd say, I could have sworn it said the Shay was a brass hybrid. Because I remember looking at the picture of the sample and going, how is that a brass hybrid? I don't see any brass on it. But I believe they did lower the price too, so it might have been a brass hybrid and then they changed it to metal. I don't know. Because I remember seeing an MSRP of like almost $800 or $900 when I first ordered the Loco. And now it's what, 5 and 6? Okay, so the locomotive that they're doing in metal, which is the Lima Berkshire. It's the Lima, the Illinois Central, and the Boston Maine Berkshire. That has so much piping in it, I think that should have been a brass. The Blue Goose, let me try to think. The Blue Goose, the one that are coming out with the 6446 definitely didn't need to be a brass. There's like no detailing on that whatsoever. You could have done that with frickin' cardboard and it would look good. I don't understand where they're getting there. This has to be a brass hybrid and this has to be not brass hybrid. I don't get it. Because again, like I said, detailing wise, they have brass hybrids that are very low detail, and then they got metal models like this one, the Lima coming out, with tubes galore all over it. Super detailed. Hey Eugene, what's up again? You know, I'm gonna message my person over at BLI and be like, you know what? I want my money's worth. I'm gonna be an asshole. I want you to forward me every single frickin' club newsletter that you've had in the last year. Because I don't care if it's old. I want to read them. I should be hearing back from them within, I'd say, a day or two. What up, Noah? Whoa, Noah. It's been a while. Thought you done fell down a hole. Oh, you have news for me? Oh. Oh, that's cool. I've never seen 4014. I had a chance. I didn't bother going down to Rush Hill. Honestly, it doesn't really... 4014 doesn't really interest me. I've already seen a big boy. I climbed on a big boy. What's the one in Green Bay? That way back in the day, it used to be outside. Now it's inside. But back in the day, we went the same trip that I went and drove the Wisconsin Central in the roundhouse. We went to the Green Bay, and I got to climb in, on, and all around the big boy. Because the museum it was a weekday, I want to say, and the museum was closed or something like that. It was great. Is that the one that's at Green Bay? The funny thing is the Challenger was actually better than the big boy. Well, wait a minute, Rossville. I know Rossville. There's a roundhouse location there. I bet that's how I know it. See, and you know what? This is where, AT also, this is where an ex-police car really comes in handy. If you have an ex-police car with a CB antenna on it and you just drive like you know what you're doing, no one looks at you when you just drive through the grass and shit. How do you know it won't be hot? Dude, it's Illinois. You don't know what the hell the weather's going to be until like 5 minutes before it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was Rossville that had the roundhouse. Because I emailed the dude asking how much he wanted to sell it for. At one point, I had a crazy idea. I was going to turn it into a house. But they tore half of it down. Man, I gotta look this up now, Rossville. If this is the same... maps. Rossville, Illinois. Ah, I bet it is. I bet that it, hold on, I need my satellite. Yep, there it is. Right there. So, south of town, I'd say probably a mile. Right at East 34050 North Road. 3450 North Road. If you take down that, if you go down that, you could probably get a picture of the roundhouse. Oh, Roseville. See, oh, okay. In California, well, the only thing you'd have to worry about is earthquakes and stupidity. I thought you were talking about Rossville. I liked Train Station, the game on rails, the original one. They call it Train Station Classic now. That was a good ass game. The hammerhead is just so ugly, it's cute. I love it. It's fugly, that's what it is. I don't know, maybe my new place will have an even bigger room. Might have to extend this, I don't know. Yeah, I'm looking at a place down the street. I'm getting sick of my slumlord. You'd think screwing someone over as much as you could would get, wouldn't get boring, but it actually does. Remember the whole side door ice issue that he wouldn't give me a key for? I ended up calling the village or the township on him and having them fined for every single fucking thing that was wrong with this place. He started crying. You called code enforcement. Yeah, you should have gave me the $3 key, dude. No, I don't have tanks, remember? That was the first fucking thing the landlord did. I'm quote unquote, now I'm paying for my own power. I have my own power box and everything. Quote unquote, I'm using too much electric. I can't have the fish anymore. And I said, well, first of all, I'm using my electric. What you're doing is using too much of my electric. That's another thing I'm going after him for. So, for some reason, he bought the building and he never fucking converted it to have a, I'll call it just a common power box. Common power boxes are like hallway lighting that's not in your unit, an apartment complex and shit like that, elevator, all that shit. Water pump, sump pumps, stuff like that. Unit 1 has a water pump on theirs, and I have the sump pump on mine. The old landlord used to cut me a break. He gave me $10 off the rent a month. So pretty much what I'm going to be doing is telling him, you can give me the money or I can slap a lien on this place. Your choice, buddy. And then I'm going to tell them, but don't worry, I'll make sure every 3 months or so to write a letter to these units reminding them how you're stealing their power. The dude is like a McDonald's worker that thinks he knows, I don't know how the hell he got so much money, but he ended up buying like 15 buildings in town. And he runs them all the same, like complete horseshit. He's redone every single unit in this building. He will not redo my unit though. I have to leave for him to redo the unit. The only problem is that he doesn't know how much I'm going to screw him, because to redo the unit, you got to pull permits. And he never pulled permits for the last one. He doesn't realize he's getting in trouble for that. Oh, I went apeshit. I had code out here. I had the health department out here. I had the fire department. I had everyone out here. All over a fucking key. What happens is, because the insulation is so shit in this house, he won't replace it in the attic. You could have 6 inches of snow on the roof and then no snow on the roof the next day because it's all melted. There's that much heat loss. And when it does, it then clogs the gutters up with ice and then flows over in my area onto my stoop and creates literally like 4 inches of ice. on my front door stoop. Oh, eventually, yeah. It's not going to be a full train. Um, Honestly, the C&O set I bought as a set because I like the paint job. Really, all I wanted was a single coach. I don't really want my cars and stuff to match. Then again, the Great Northern is a set. But in a museum, when you go to any museum, they don't have matching cars. It's all, you know, you got a Santa Fe car, a Union Pacific car, a Boston, Maine car, Rock Island car, you know, they're all different. The only problem is I don't like dealing with the shit. Rapido, love Rapido. Their radiuses just suck. The Rapido will not run on this curve at all. It'll run on these curves, but not this one. And that's a 19 and 5/8, so it's over 18 still. The Walters car shorts. That's the car that was causing the short on the C&O set. So I don't think I'll be buying any more Walters cars because I'm not going to fix each and every one of them. Honestly, I love my AHM cars. They're just super expensive to get, you know, to 2025 standards. The car is like 30 bucks. The interior can be about anywhere between 50 and 75, depending on which era you get. The lighting kits are like 25 to 50. Sadly, I was stupid and I bought two sleepers instead of I thought they were coaches back in the day. They were actually sleepers for the Alton set. Pretty much most of the stuff I'm buying are just plain coaches from now on. I don't think I'm going to get much, well, maybe a tail car or two. I don't think I'm going to get much combine or business cars. Welcome back, Strasburg. So Walters is sending me, I'm not sure if they're sending me a bridge or a whole new turntable. But they still swear that it's code 83 track that's on the bridges. Except it doesn't match up with my code 83 at all. Yeah, no. Bachmann's too expensive for what they are. For a 4.4, I'd rather get the old AHM 4.4 Oh no, that's a 442, not a 440. Yeah, I'm not keen on getting anything Bachman. I'll buy their cars. Their cars are okay. I mean, you can't go wrong with a freight car or something though. So. I might get their shade depending on how much it is. I doubt it though. Because their MSRP on that shade should be way under the BLI one. Because Bachman is nowhere close to as good as BLI. And I can already hear people, well, you don't pay MSRP in the stores. Yeah, I don't pay MSRP for the BLIs either. The most I would pay for that Shay would probably be like $3. I wouldn't pay a penny over 300 for that Shay. Hey, Arturo, what's going on? Wow, are you up? You're in early. I do want to get the new Athearn set of cars though. Those will be the daylight paint scheme though. The Harman arch roofs, I think is a 6-car set. Yeah, a 3-car set and 3 singles. You're incorrect about that. So, Pickering painted their locomotives red so they stood out from all the other black ones. Because at the time that this happened, if the locomotive started a fire with the coal or the cinders or whatever, they would have to pay for it. And, well, the black locomotive did it. Well, which one? Well, it looked like that one. And they would always point at Pickering. So what they did was they painted their locomotives red so they couldn't say, oh, it was the black one. It would have to be the red one that started the fire. I already did think about it, and I almost did buy it, but they just wanted $700 for it. I'm not paying $700 for that. It was the one in the wood box, just like the Day 1 Amtrak and the GP40s that I'm getting later this year. He wanted $735 for it. I said, no thank you. Oh, no, that's fine. I was, like I said, I'm a cornucopia of knowledge. I've amassed so much knowledge over someone do the math, 1984. That it just comes out. I vomit facts. yeah, the cast one, I like the cast one. See, and that's a problem I have also with the manufacturers. The BLI did it too. All of them are straight stack coal. All the other companies, well, I don't know, Riverossi I know did it. I don't know about Bachman. But you had the choice of the two different stacks, whether it be the funnel or the straight, and on the Riverossi you had a choice between coal or oil. You could take the coal load out and put the oil, you know, the top of the oil tank on. And for some reason, no one likes doing the logging locomotives with the funnel, except for Cass. That's like the only way you can get the funnel stacks is by doing the Cass one. I think it's dumb. Although I'm really tempted to call up Train World and like offer them $150 for their Heisler that has the loud motor in it. Because if it's designed the same as it was back in the 90s, I remember how to fix it. Because I fixed my 90s one. My 90s one did the same damn thing. I had to take it literally all apart. What I'd have to do is hook up the programming track to the DC controller. You have to take it all apart, loosen the transmission screws, the transmission housing screws, and loosen the motor mount screws, and then run it a little bit. And then tighten all that back up, and it should be fine. At least it was back in the day. Like I said, my original one was loud. And I actually found the instructions, like, what was it, yesterday, the day before, in my pile of crap, on how to fix it. Oh, ooh, burping like crazy. I need to go get me a Tum. But if you can get one of these BLI ones, definitely get it. I almost bought another one the other day. I had to be good though. Oh man. I literally had to like turn the computer off the other day. They had a couple Shays for like $350. They had a couple cab forwards at like $380 a pop. And I get 10% off that shit. Man, that refurb shop, you get some good ass deals in that refurb shop. With you being in the club, you get the 10% off. That's another thing I got a bone with BLI about. Why is the N scale gets all the good paint jobs. We don't got no AS44 demos in HO. That's some bullshit. It's some bullshit. Honestly, it isn't. It's the same amount. It's all a machine that does it anyway. Like me, I'm a demo guy. I'd be buying demos left and right, but they never do it in HO. They only do it in the N scale. It's HO racist. It's no, because that sounds like HOA. Give me him. I'll figure out what would name it sometime. Anti-ho. There you go. It's anti-ho sentiment like that that makes people hate N scale. Yes, you can, and it's the same answer as last night. I don't know what the Micro Machine train sets I had. I had the TVG one. It was that orange and gray, like bullet nose looking thing, the electric one. And then I had an 060, or maybe it was an 080. No, it was an 060 because it had the sole tender. I remember a shiny silver caboose. I remember a flat car with a bunch of like a wood load on it. I wish I still had that shit, man. Oh, it was all. I had the switches and all that crap in the Micro Machine track. Those things are expensive now, though. I remember they were like $9 when you bought them. $9.99, $9.95, something like that. They're like $70 now. Shit, I went looking for the Babylon 5 Micro Machines. Oh my God. $135 for a 3 Micro Machine ship set. The Babylon 5 ships, there was only 3 of them in each case, or each package. Same thing with the Star Trek Micro Machines. They were only 3, unless you bought the big set. You get the box sets. And what I get a kick out of is Bowser um, they cut the little tail off. The little hook tail from the coupler, Bowser cuts those off. The Bowser doesn't have that. Which means you can't uncouple. Because you need that hook to do the uncoupling with the uncoupling tracks. Luckily I don't use those. I do my uncoupling, you know, I just pick it up and let the engine go. But I just noticed I never fixed the coupler hook on that FEF. Man, I look at it, it's just such a shame. The Bowser, it really is. I want to buy from Bowser. I really do. They're a fully American company, pretty much. But sorry to say, they kind of go into the stereotype that Americans can't make anything good. So, yeah, you got to add those. How do you add those again? You go over to here. You go to there. So when you're in your main sheet, the three little bars up on the left, click that and you'll see manufacturers. And then you can add through there. Actually, I used to own, I wish I still had it, although it would have been too small to use, and I would have never done it on this board. I had a Bowser turntable. I sold that maybe 5 years ago, because I knew I would never use it again. It was straight DC, no motor. And it was the old plywood and brass one. I'm sorry, plywood, brass, and what I call pot metal. You had to cut a big square out instead of a circle. You had to cut a square and then brace each end of the square. The turntable would just drop into the square. I much prefer my Walthers one. I love this one. Oh my God. Although, here's a way you can really get in trouble though, Stratsburg. So if your wife ever looks at it, you might, I don't know if you can like password protect that app. But if you go in there into those three lines on the left, it also says costs. and it automatically tallies all the costs that you've put into the list. So, wife, girlfriend, better half, whatever, don't let them see that. um, you know what? I do. The Pennsylvania Caboose is a Bowser. This guy. I like it because they have all the antennas and stuff. But I also think it's kind of stupid. So Bowser they they make the stuff here, they box it up, ship it to China along with their empty retail boxing, and China boxes it all up and then they ship it back. And that's the only thing I think is stupid of Bowser. Yep, Mantua 282. The old angled motor one. I'm gonna start shit, hold on. See, if you were here, I would have like 100 more follow, no, that's not the word I'm wanting. 100 more watchers. So it's all your fault. Your fault? No, nothing's your fault. My fault. A friend of mine messaged me, asked me what I was doing. So I told him I'm sitting on my bed running trains. She asked on YouTube. I said, yeah. And I said, see, if you were here, I'd have 100 more followers. Yeah, it's a running joke between us. Train guys are losers. She's a really outdoorsy person, and I used to be, until my legs went bad. You can say that. True. That is true. The more, how does it go? It's like a bell curve. The more of a loser you get, the cooler the toys are. Is that how it goes? Something like that? But it's funny. She doesn't know a lick about trains. And I'd be messenger, oh yeah, I got an RS3, da da da, or, you know, I got the turn, and she's just like, yeah, okay. And then she'll start messaging me about football. I'm not a sports guy, I don't watch sports. And I'll be like, yeah, at one point I'm like, okay, so this must be how you feel when I talk trains to you. Well, see, that's another thing. It's my layout is my girlfriend, and the locomotives are children. Oh, see, now I'm really gonna start shit. Yeah, we're just on. Or wait, no. Me and all the watchers are just talking about you. Don't worry about it. Yeah, honestly, I think my kid would have loved the trains too. At 2 years old, my kid knew the difference between a Phillips and a standard screwdriver, a CPU, a hard drive, and a video card. Well, I used to be a drug doer. I used to smoke weed and shit all the time. And let me tell you, having a drug habit was a lot cheaper than trains. But, you know, you do the drugs and they're gone. At least the trains, you know, they'll always be here. Oh, here we go. I'm gonna get my ass chewed out now. Where the hell is my goddamn lighters? I love starting shit with people. It's so fun. Well, what I did was I took the task, and you can see it here, and you can see it here. What I did was I held it down and drew a line on each side, and then nailed down on each side so the track didn't slide as much. I did it in key areas. You can also do that too, though, Hose, because if you flip it over, you take a drill and drill through those, and then you have a hole up on top for your nail to go through. N scale also has sections that you can open up for wires to run underneath it. HO doesn't have that, but the N scale does. Well, like I said, you can always tack it like I did on each side. It's not necessarily tacking it down. It's, you don't want it walking. You don't want it doing this, which is why I tacked it here. So you can't, you can't move this at all. Wow, am I that late on this thing? Jesus Christ. How do I keep getting non-lived? See, at some point, none of my track is down yet, permanently, because I'm still ripping all this up again. I'm going to be going green on the board. Honestly, I think this is the best way to do it for temporary, because I can still pop all this. All it does is it holds it so it doesn't move. Because this is all recycled wood, so it's wavy, and on the curves, the board actually goes up this way. Like this is the low spot. So everything was walking, and that's how I had the accident the one day. If you want to know what we're talking about, there's 2 ways you can find out. LOL. Yeah, back then I was doing both though. I dated this chick for 11 years and got busted with the weed and stopped doing weed and all that. And then she brought weed home, I guess as a test, which I failed horribly at because I ended up starting smoking weed again. I mean, what do you expect? You're gonna bring it in? I'm smoking the fucking shit. We ended up splitting up. She ended up getting T-boned with the kid in the car. I think you would get along with her. I really do. Pose. You and her are kind of the same temperament. In a way. Granted, yours is a little bit different because you have age on top of it. Oh, she hates it when I call her. I'm like, you kid. You kids don't know what the hell you're talking about. She was born after me. Everyone born after me is a kid. Well, see, no, because that was a compliment. See, everyone fucking takes shit the wrong way. Everyone takes what I say the wrong way. People, I'm explaining to some guy, people are saying I'm being mean and shit. That wasn't mean at all. You have experience on you. The older you get, the more you know what you can do and what you can't do. I'm a lot more boisterous and shit than I was when I was 18. Because at 18, I didn't know I couldn't say, yo, cop, you suck. I always listened to cop. I was watching a fire in downtown, and a train was coming. The gates are down. I'm standing 5 feet away from the gates. The cop's like, hey, you get off there. I'm like, dude, shut your fucking mouth. Pay attention to what you're fucking doing. Don't worry about me. I would have never done that with LA. I would have been like, oh, okay, and walk back and not got the shot. See, the more I know, the more I figure out how I can do what I want to do. I don't know. It was about, we were talking about electric, and they said something about to the fact that, well, with no electric, you will have no fire. So, well, with no electric, you can't run your trains. You have a boring-ass layout. It's just going to be nothing moving. When you're running trains, you're going to have a fire risk. There's no way to get around that. Like I said, I almost started a fire on this board when I was in N scale. It was back by the Amtrak sign. It was my J3A. I actually still got it. It's melted. It actually melted the tender and everything. And that happened in literally, I'd say 25 seconds. Literally 25 seconds, that locomotive was ruined. And I was in the fucking room. It happens. I don't split hairs. And I don't follow a lot of people's rules of not giving advice. If I hear someone talking about something and I see that I have a lot of experience. If I see they're talking, oh yeah, you know, you can do this, and I'm thinking to myself, no, you really can't do that. You got to have this and this also. One of the cases was doing a reversing loop. They're like, yeah, just hook up your track and then power it, and you're good. And I'm like, no, you need a reversing loop on that section. You need something to switch the polarity so you're not going to short out. I don't care if people don't like that. I'm trying to save you money in the long run. Because it's all shit that I've gone through. I'd rather give unsolicited advice and try to save someone money than sit back and let them make the mistake and let them waste money. Let them waste money. Because then, once you start wasting money, you get pissed off at the hobby and you'll end up stopping it. Yeah, I don't either. You would not believe how many people have asked me, when are you going to start doing decorations? It's not going to be for probably another year. Because I'm not going to start putting decorations up while I still have to put track down. Yeah. Bachman, I mean, if you really, really take care of a Bachman. Now, I'm surprised my Bachman lasted this long. I got it in 1984, and I was a kid. I would throw it in a shoebox to store it. It was under my bed, the whole layout. It was it was like a 3x6, little dinky thing. Beat the crap out of a locomotive. It would have been right before I started the fish that locomotive was running. It had a cracked gear. It would hop, goop, doop, 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 but it would still run. Now it doesn't run at all. But that was what? 10 years ago? Not even? How long ago was COVID? COVID was 01? No, 2020. 19, 20, and 21. So that would have been between 15 and 18 that Bachmann from 1984 was still running. Bachmann is a starter company. Their decoders are shit. I have DCC decoder, that Southern Pacific, that's all blurry, you can't see it. It's by the white and red caboose way in the back corner. There's a Southern Pacific GP30 that's a Bachmann. And then my 45 custom Aurora Elgin and Fox River. And those are both Bachmann DCC. The DCC decoders just, they're rank. You can't change shit. You can't customize them. Honestly, I'd be more willing to buy a Bachmann if it had a lock sound in it. Or what would that be? ESU? No, that's lock sound. Tsunami. You know, one of the main brands, not the Bachmann Economy. That Bachmann Economy shit sucks. Yeah. It didn't help that I blew them up too. I didn't realize, this is when I first got the Troller. It's an auto pulse system. DCC does not like auto pulse. They ran, but eventually I blew them both up. So now they're just displays. Paragon, I love Paragon. The sound on lock sound would be better, but lock sound you need a $150 programmer to do what you can do with any decoder. With, like, if I on my BLIs, for instance, I take all the horns and put them all together. So F2 is the horn. I moved the grade crossing to F3 and the longhorn to F4. You can switch the F buttons on the Paragons. You can't on the lock sounds unless you have the $150 programmer. I love there's so much you can do with this shit on the Paragon 4s and 3s. Not sure about 2s. The cab Ford I had was either a 2 or a 3. I know it wasn't a 4. But as far as I know, it's still running. I sold it to my brother. It was such a nice loco. I didn't want to see it going to just anyone, so I sold it to my brother. I sold a BLI cab forward with DCC sound smoke to my brother for like $350. And I guarantee it's the best locomotive he has. I haven't talked to my brother or seen my brother's layout or anything in years. As far as I know, from what I remember, he bought a lot of Atherns. It was mostly all the newer diesel stuff, though. Oh yeah, way more. And that was the problem I had with scale trains. That's why you don't see my scale trains on here anymore. I had a scale trains rivet counter GP30 Conrail. And wow, within 5 minutes of me breaking it in, it literally started falling apart on screen. Or on stream. I could look past that. But when I asked them, because BLI, the startup is F9. I had so many BLIs and only one scale trains. Instead of changing all my BLIs, I go, okay, I'll change the one instead of the many. So I wrote them, and their comment was, we know how to do it, but we won't tell you. Hey, cool, man. I'm just hoping this club locomotive paint job is right. I'm gonna be pissed if it ain't. I ordered the diesel loco, and then like 3 or 4 months later, I found in the refurb shop a canceled unit. Someone ordered one of the Challenger Club locos from the year prior, and they must have died or something. They didn't take it. So I ended up buying it for like full price. Just because I wanted the first club loco. I wanted to do all the club locos, but if this paint job is bad, I'm not going to buy it. I'll cancel it. I already told him that. I sent him an email. Oh, I already told him if it's the wrong paint job to cancel it. So it'll show up in the refurb shop. Just like my Challenger did. Well, so I did research, and I did a general research on that specific locomotive, because Scale Trains also made that paint job. And on the Scale Trains website, it just so happens they have the exact same renders that BLI have. Literally the exact same renders. But they also show pictures of the actual locomotive, and on the actual locomotive, it's the correct direction. I can see a render, they're trying to get the render out and done, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't have to be perfect. I can see them copying and pasting the flag as a placeholder. This is where the flag's going to be. It doesn't take that much time to flip that image to make it the right, look right, but I can see for just a rendering aspect of it that you can hodgepodge it. I guarantee you, what they need to do is hire my ass. I'm OCD enough that, man, everyone would love BLI's website if I was in control of it. I can see, yeah. But again, a render is just a render, man. I mean, I've done that. If I'm making something, I'll make a quick copy of it just to get the idea out. And literally, it would just say logo or flag or something. It wouldn't even be the flag. It would just be a square with a label that says what it is. You do the minimum amount to get it out. I mean, I did the same thing when I made the custom decals. For the 45 tonner, I had custom decals made up for that. And I took took a couple pictures, and I took measurements, and I blueprinted it out, and I wrote it down, and over here, just made a square with an arrow that said builder's plate, and stuff like that. I guess you could say I'm set in my way in my old age. When I was... Oh, see, I can't do it no more. Oh. I used to be able to old man talk. With the whistle and the S's and everything. Yeah, see, I need to get shit like that. I want to get some, what do they call it? The tin, like the 6-inch by 6-inch tin signs and stuff from my wall and shit. I need to get some memorabilia. Shit, let me go get my list. You're gonna shit when you hear this list. Ooh, I gotta cough up and get it. So, we'll start off on my electric list. The Rapido E44 and the BLI GG1. But it has to be Paragon 4. BLI Paragon 4. My diesel list is the Rapido SD7910, the Rapido H16-44. This one I actually got ordered, the Rapido GP40 Bicentennial set, Rapido E7, a Pico ML4000, an Athearn U50, an Athearn DDA40X, an Atlas HH600/HH660, the BLI RSD15 in Paragon 4, a GP60, an SD40-2, a GP7-/9, and that was the diesel list. The steam list, okay, BLI, unless otherwise noted. New York Commodore, a GS4 to replace the 4449, New Haven I-5 class, the Chicago Northwestern ES class, the CNO L1 class, the NYC Dreyfus, the Lima A1, Pennsylvania Railroad E6, 39 Blue Goose, the J class, an Athearn the Athearn Big Boy, and then these are unknown company, an 080 Switcher, Climax, Heisler, a Mikado, and a 10-wheeler. Oh, and I forgot this one. The Leith Valley John Wilkes. If they ever come out with a good one. Because the only one that I know of is River Aussie, and that is technically the best version of it, but it's a 4.64 shell on a 4.62 chassis. The spacing is wrong. Let me tell you, I'm poor after starting this. Like Matt, I kind of overextended myself this first year. Being that everything you're seeing is literally in the last year. Besides this set, these two cars, and that caboose. Oh, and the cars that the Shea is pulling. Those were the ones I had from my last HO. Everything else is new. Right? Well, yeah, all the engines are new. Was the crane car from this batch or last? I'm pretty sure I bought the crane car in the last year. I'm not sure. The Bachmann GP30, the Bachmann 45 tonner were old. Honestly, if they came out with a 440 old timer in, what would it be, Pittsburgh, Fort Wayne, and Chicago? And I want to say it was locomotive 128. I'd have to look at the pictures. The two locomotives I will go apeshit over is the Wisconsin Central SD45 that I drove, and the 440 that my grandfather, or no, my great I don't know how many greats, but they were so great. Yeah, he was a fireman for the I always want to say Pacific, Pittsburgh, Fort Wayne, and Chicago. Not yet. I will be getting an H.O. Thomas though. At some point. Because this is a museum and Thomas makes rounds to the museums. In fact, one day I was behind a semi-truck and it pissed me off because he was driving all slow and shit. And I didn't realize what he had on his trailer until he turned and I saw the side, the blue with the number 1 and shit, because it would have been the face facing the back of the, it would have been the face looking at me, but it was all tarped. They had the face all tarped up, so I didn't know what it was being pulled until he turned off the road to go towards Union. And that's when I realized fucking Thomas was right in front of me for like an hour. I still got to work on that horn. It's not loud enough yet. Bowser volumes are really shitty too. Like usually I gotta turn the stuff down. Bowser, I actually had to turn everything up. I don't know. Classic Toy Trains version. I've never even heard of that company. The last Thomas I had was made by Ertl. Back when the Ertl was around. I like the Tom Carlin Thomas, not the Beatles Thomas. George Carlin is my guy. I love that dude. Such a shame when he died. I think I know what he's talking about. So Thomas used to be actual model trains. Now it's CGI. The CGI version of Thomas just sucks. Oh my god. Well, yeah, because they ran out of stories. The dude that wrote the stories died. They have no more Thomas stories, so they have to come up with lame-ass shit, you know, that people think up now. And the sad thing is today, people are just stupid. People don't have, in a general way, people don't have the imagination that they did back in the day. I mean, you can see this in Hollywood. Remake, reboot, remake. They can't think of anything new. Although Chuggington, my kid loved Chuggington too. She used to watch Chuggington all the time. And, I mean, in the background, it was, I guess, okay. Ghostbusters 2016 is a perfect frickin' example. It's literally, they just took Ghostbusters and took out guys and put in girls. And then put in shitty graphics. Nothing is good. Nothing is as good now as it was then. And it can't just because it's nostalgic, I don't think. I mean, everything back in the day. Fans were made better, vacuums were made better, cars were made, everything was made better everything was better back in the day. And everything was made to have stupid people not procreate. Well, let me show you an example of a fan. So this is an old antique fan, and this is the kind of stuff you used to see in houses. Oh, of course, you're not going to be able to see it. Shit was made, so if you were stupid, you wouldn't survive. Can you imagine that sucker? Spinning around. Nope, just the engine. It'll be a visiting engine. Once or twice a year. Which is why I don't have it yet. It's not a I'd rather buy everyday runners right now than a yearly runner. I still got shit, thousands of dollars in track to buy. $1 billion. I mean, if I was the government, I would say it's 2.6 trillion to finish this layout. $50,000 for a hammer, $20,000 for nails. Back in the day, it used to teach something. I don't think they teach anything nowadays, though. I mean, I haven't seen any of the new Thomas, really. At least sit down and watched it. I've seen that it's like CGI and shit. But story-wise, I don't know if they have an actual lesson to learn like they always did back in the day. Back in the Beatles and George Carlin days. Actually, I'll have to research that. When Thomas comes to IRM, do they have an Annabelle and Claire, Annie and Clarabelle, or does it just pull their stock? I know the Thomas makes the rounds. I don't know if they did it. I don't know if they do coaches that make the round too. Although that would be a lot easier, but it would also suck because I wouldn't. No, I'm gonna go my way because I want KD Coupler. Oh, I gotta go make a lap around the house again. I need a good chair in this room again. No Rock Islands yet. Working on it. Can't find a good Bankruptcy Blue. I do like the Rapido ones with the little floodlights on the cab. I'm interested, they don't make it, I don't think, a DL109. But yeah, Rock Island is one of my favorites, same with Sue. Man, what did I... Somewhere I caught some dust. I don't know where. Housekeeping, want me to fluff your pillow? Dust sucks, man. Oh man, it's getting hot in here. Oh, I gotta turn the fan on. Whew. These lights, man, they heat this place up. Man, it sucks. I'm going to be out the shave for like a month soon. I got to send the decoder back to have the ducking removed. That's another stupid thing BLI does, is the ducking. And what ducking is it lowers the volume of like the engine sound while it blows the horn. It just does it a little bit too much. Out of them all, the Blue Goose is the only one that came factory that's good. It's very little ducking. The Challenger I had to send back, and I already got that ducking removed. The FEF is okay. The GS4 is the GS4 and the Shay I need to do yet. Although I don't know if I'm doing the GS4. I am planning on replacing that one with a non-famous 4449 or a totally different number. You would not believe the research I had to do on that one. It took me like 3 days. Trying to figure out why BLI is coming out with GS4s that are trim and no trim. Ends up that back in the 50s, they didn't have trim. They put the trim back on 4449 when it became the Freedom Train, I guess. Give you a little cowbell. Hello? How may we help you? Sure. That'll be $59.95 and a delivery fee of $3,627.22. You'll have it within 8 hours. Oh wait, you're not in California. Yeah, I'll charge you $2,000 to Pennsylvania for delivery. And you're gonna get the best damn pizza ever made, Lou Malnati's. Which anyone can order and anyone can have it delivered across the globe, I believe. Speaking of Lou Malnati's, Pose, are you still here? Have you had your Lou Malnati's yet, Pose? I told you about that like 3 years ago. Pose, as in Posiwi. Leo Pose. They were on the Leo Pose account this earlier. She lives down south in Sandland. I always want to say Arizona, which means it's New Mexico. In fact, Pose is the only person that's ever been, is the only person I know still that's been in one of my streams. Back in the fish days, when I used to use, oh, what the hell was that shit called? StreamYards. Oh yeah, I had a big channel when I did the fish stuff. Man, you think I'm crazy? If you think I'm mean and crazy in one of these train streams, man, oh my God, you don't even know the half. I got crazy in the fish streams. We would do like 12-hour streams all night and shit. 4 or 5 people up on screen at a time. We would talk about crazy shit. I was the only channel in the fish that let people talk about anything that they wanted to. Yeah, I pretty much took it down. Only because it was during COVID, and like I said, we talked about some crazy shit. We were breaking YouTube rules left and right. I was known to call people dumbasses, sure, right to their faces. Oh man, I can't even remember what the kid's name. I wish Pose was here. I'm sure she would know. This one kid, man, in California, I remember. He'd always complain my fish, or something about his fish were always dying and shit. And then we saw how he was taking care of it, and yeah, I can see why your fish are dying. You buy a fish, and then you set up a tank? No, that's not how you do it. You set up a tank, then you buy the fish. I remember a lot of conversations about Fauci. We bashed the hell out of Fauci a lot. Dude, it got, like I said, it would get literally crazy after a couple hours. Kevin, that's what it was. Kevin. I wonder what happened to him. Did his salamanders finally die? Did he kill them? Well, yeah, it could have been, or he could have been a Karen. I remember he was a nail polish guy. That kid was like Jeffrey fucking Dahmer on fish, literally. And man, how many times, Pose, did I sit with him in a stream and try to help him? Literally like every week for months straight, I tried to help him. This is what you need. This is how you you condition your water and shit like that. He never would listen. Here I am dumping ice cold, literally ice cold water into my tropical fish tanks. Half of it when I do water changes, and my fish are fine. He would do like a less than a 25% water change. He would kill everything. I had a hell of a setup. 455s, 620 longs, 220 highs, the 50-gallon low boy, the 40-gallon breeder, the 37-gallon tall, and I had just bought a 29-gallon that I was going to set up that I never did. And it's a shame because, man, ain't no one want these tanks. Great, they're old tanks. The old thick glass tanks. They're not the new thin glass, you look at them and they break tanks. They're the old all glass, thick glass, and no one wants these fuckers. They're all just sitting in my basement still. Probably an easy $2,000 worth of fish tanks. I cannot believe I was able to get that low boy, that 50-gallon low boy home in the back of a goddamn Mustang. Dude, come up here. Get a U-Haul, get your ass up here. Shit, I'll send you home with everything. Except my pump. I'm keeping my pump. I ain't never getting rid of that pump. Oh, a fish tank? It all depends on the size. A 55-gallon tank alone, maybe $200 to $300. The 50-gallon low boy I bought on sale for $180, I think it was. That's the one tank I will not get rid of. I'm keeping my low boy. Well, dude, I got the wrought iron stand, man. I got the wrought iron 55. Make a little bed on the bottom. Or vice versa, make a little bed on top. Boom, done. Shit, the lights that I'm using are fish lights. These lights, those are actually fish lights. They're Phoenix Phoenix CRV. I think they were. Shit, the lights were $150 a pop. The air pump I bought was almost $200, and it could run up to like 180 tanks. So let me see if I can do this. Okay, turn that off and go like this, and I'll turn this one off, and this should be the demo. Yeah. The lights ramp up and ramp down for daylight. Now, granted, it happens this between each. It's a 24-hour cycle. This is just the demo part, but it ramps up and down to mimic the daylight. Great lights, bright. Well, let me see if I can do this. Let me fuck up my camera here. No, hold on. Here we go. Yeah, okay. So that's the demo. But you can do only white. Close your eyes, Posiwi. She hates this one. You can do only red. You can do green, blue, it even does lightning. Okay, let's get this camera right again. Yeah, the green is actually really nice because when you do green, it actually makes it look like black and white in a way. Yeah, you wouldn't be saying that if you were here, LOL. You'd be calling the UN for what's the word I'm looking for? Oh, what the hell is that treaty? Hey, Posili, what's the UN treaty that says you can't torture prisoners and shit like that in war? Oh, man. Geneva Convention. Geneva Convention violation. I was looking, I could, man, like I said, ever since the heart attack, I can't remember shit. The Geneva Convention is what I was looking for. I typed out part of a song and I got an awe, and I'm like, oh, you wouldn't be saying that if you were here. I've gotten cease and desist letters from the UN for singing on stream before. They say it's cruel and unusual punishment. Okay, so I gotta put a feed in there and possibly there. I need to go get more feeds. Oh wait, do I got one up there? No, I might still have one spare. Forgot to turn my spotlight back on. Hey Matt, you in here? Matt/Dave? Better start saving your pennies. GS4 might be coming up quick. Might. Not sure. Oh, I gotta put my fan back outside. Strasbourg. That's not technically. I bought in 1 year. I bought 2 centipedes, a Shea, an FEF, an RS3, a GP30, a GP35, an E8, a C30-7, Blue Gooses, a GS4, and a Challenger, along with the turntable and the track and all these cars that you see. Shit, that station right there that you're looking at, that's a locomotive. It was the funnest model. If I had the money, I'd buy another one. That was the funnest model I've ever put together in my entire life. It took me about a month. Yeah, about a month to finish. Some of that time was because I ran out of paint. But to see the detail, I actually did a 360 of it when I finished it. I did a video. One of the most detailed kits, oh my god. For my first wood kit, that was an expert level. And I'm going, dude, where's the expert level coming? It's from, imagine that laser art. So, ITLA. It's a place in Canada. That's the Grimsby, Ontario station. Imagine that laser arts. But I want to say their website is the first letters of each word. So, ITLA. But they got a bunch of buildings. You can't see it because I moved it. It's over by the turntable now, permanently attached. But it's a little like 2-story, almost like a switching building. I love their quality. I was kind of really disappointed when I offered him money to do a custom building and he refused. It's well worth the money, really is. It's hard though. There's parts that you got to boil. The red brick, the small tower, you have to boil those 2 pieces, and you have to, and the small tower roof you have to boil also. And what that does is it softens it so you can bend it around and form it. Highly recommend getting it if you can. Literally, it's like the most gorgeous station I've ever seen. Blows the Walther's Cornerstone kits out of the water. They even do, each individual brick is laser arted. Or laser etched or cut or whatever the hell word you use for that. But it comes in about, it has maybe, I think it's like 10 different sheets of wood of all different thicknesses and shit. the platform, they actually detailed the wearing of the wood, the wood walkway around it. It's worn. I forgot my goddamn phone again somewhere. Nothing much, just running. I don't know what you're talking about, the lights on Turo. Can you clarify that a little bit? Oh, wait a minute. Are you talking about the lights that were on the ceiling? Those are actually fish tank lights. They're for planted fish tanks with live plants in them. They're 48-inch Phoenix CRVs. You can get them from Amazon. That's where I got mine. I actually kind of want to buy a third one. And put it behind me. So I can get rid of this light. True. But it gives it, and I shouldn't say grayscale. Pose, what's that word I'm looking for? It's black and white, but it's not, it's the old black and white. Serpa, I think they call it. It reminds me of like a Serpa color. It's a remote. You got your blue. I can actually do custom. I can turn. You can control the white, the red. They're in the light. There's white, red, green, and blue LEDs, and you can control them all individually. It has pre-programmed, which is moon, sun, thunderstorm, and cloudy. You can do the 24/7 ramp up, ramp down. It was the brightest lights I had in the house, and it just so happens I had two of them that matched, so that's why they went up on the layout. I tried looking, but I can't see. because the spotlight that I'm actually using is it's one of those shop floodlights, and the light is a little bit too not regular color. I don't know. I can't. Okay. Don't worry. I already have two NYC. I want the Commodore and the Dreyfus. Because my museum, it's not going to be the largest in America because Illinois Railroad Museum is the largest. But it will be the largest collection of streamlined locomotives at a single museum. Oh yeah, I just added I finished the third line like last week or so. And that's the smallest I'll go. That's it's still over 18-inch radius, which is the smallest you should go. Yeah, that's 19 5/8, 21, roughly 21 and a half, and 24. What is it? 490, 550, and 610 millimeter. 610, 550, 4, yeah. 610, 550, 490. Strattsburg, look up Tom Clancy torn screen door. Fuck, what's the name of the song? I can't remember the name of the song. I gotta go look it up now because it's a great song. St. John's Train, that's what the song's called. I put the link in it in the chat. Great song though. Yep. I can actually run even more than that. I think I can run up to 200 addresses at the same time. I can't remember. But I have two different controllers. One controller is the main unit, which is one train. The other controller is a plug-in. It's an addition that you can control two trains. And once I get another one of those handhelds, I can control 5 trains. It's a good song. I jammed to it. How long have we been going? Oh, 4 hours? Oh yeah, 4 hours. A little over 4 hours. I started at 4. Oi. Fancy, what did I say? I didn't say his right last name. Did I say did I miss George Carlin with him? From what I know, there was only one Hammerhead made, and it's still being used. It's Lace Valley. It's a red now. It's the same locomotive as this one that you're looking at. This was the 1960s number. Let me get my book out. Hold on. My cheat book. That's the shade. Alright, so yeah. It was built in December 1953. Serial number 80580 under the order number of 20899. And it was originally numbered 8445. In 1966, it was renumbered to 5569, the one that's on the layout here. In 68, it was transferred to Penn Central. In 70, it was transferred to Lace Valley and renumbered 211. In 76, it was transferred again to Conrail, numbered 5487. And then it was transferred back or bought by Lace Valley at some point. I don't go that far. I have it where the museum acquired the locomotive in 1979 and restored it to 5569. Because Conrail pulled the engine and replaced it with an E8 series engine. And that sounds totally different. And because I have the original 244H engine in it, I have to cut its history to not get rebuilt by Conrail. God, I need a bigger book. But yeah, I got this book made up. For each locomotive, I got a data sheet of the real locomotive, the custom DCC CV settings, the custom F button settings, and then it's like exploded view diagram and stuff like that. Well, actually it did. The 244H's sucked. The 244 engines sucked. They were grenading themselves. When they rebuilt it with the E8 motor in it, the E8 motor was a lot more reliable motor, and that's probably why it's still running today. It's because of that E8 motor. I guarantee you, the engine would have grenaded if it still had the 244 in it. Okay, give me a second. Oh, okay. I'm not used to typing on a laptop keyboard, so bear with me here. Okay, let me double check this. There you go. Obviously, line 1, 2, 3. The BLI locomotives, I would recommend buying at, honestly, any price. The Bowser, don't pay anything over 150 for it. But what I like about the Hammerhead is I love diesels with steam generators because that opens it up to being used for freight and passenger. You have to have a steam generator for passenger, for the lights and the heat and all that stuff. I love the dual purpose diesels because that opens you up to anything. Like the Conrail, all it does is freight. It can't pull passengers because there would be no power. I was going to buy the power car, but I didn't like it because you have to touch the side of the car to turn the sounds on and stuff. I didn't like that. If they would have set it up like a diesel locomotive, where you type in its address and you just hit, F8 start and it starts up, I would have been fine with it. But for how much I run, the side of the car would have looked like crap within like a year. Because you would have always had to touch to turn the stuff on and off. Yeah, it goes from me, from closest to farthest. 1, 2. This is kind of hot, but this is 3. To save me money, I did my crossover this way instead of buying $100 worth of switches to do a crossover like this down here. I ended up doing it this way. No. No Polar Express. Probably won't ever get it. Won't be buying. I don't buy Bachmann. The only Bachmann I would be interested in buying is the Shea that's coming out, and I doubt I'll do that because it's a complete ripoff. I am kind of planning, I do want the Lima Berkshire, the very first Berkshire that they made. But as for the actual Polar Express, yeah, probably won't ever get it because it's a real locomotive. And they only make it in the one road number. The only locomotive I don't mind having that's a real loco is 3985. I have 4449 and I don't like it because it's 4449. No, I'm getting the regular DCC Town Thomas. Well, I shouldn't say that. I have the Operation North Pole Metro locomotive on order. I don't have the cars on order because they're a complete ripoff. It's only 3 cars for like $300. I'm not spending that on a car set. What I might do, I still haven't decided, is get the BLI set that's coming out next year, or later this year, the two-tone blue Christmas one. I might get that set. But I don't know. I'm definitely getting at least a coach or 2 if I don't get the set. because I will run those during Christmas. Along with the Operation North Pole. Probably not, because it's a UK train. There's so many American trains I got to get yet. I'm not even getting into Canada or the UK yet. I do have my eye on a couple UK trains, only because they're outlandish wheel arrangements, like a 044. Yes, I did, in fact. I had, on my last HO layout, I sold it because it wasn't a good runner. It was the Bachmann 060, what do they call it, the tank porter? The 44, the 45, and this 08, or the 060 tank porter from Bachmann, they were DCC, non-sound, for like 60 bucks. At 60 bucks, I have no problem buying a Bachmann. When you're getting into the hundreds, I'm not paying hundreds for a Bachmann. Oh, okay, cool. Okay, hold on. Da-da. Okay. I will give you another call in the morning and leave a message with my info. Why didn't you fucking say, why didn't you type any of that? Jesus fucking Christ. Now you're fucking, oh, now you, okay. Stupid ass Google phone. I will give you a call in the morning again and leave my info for you. Because I want that fucking unit. Oh, I already got it all planned. It's like I've already moved in my brain. I'm going to move everything out of this place. And as I'm finishing up, I'm going to call the landlord and be like, yo, you got to come out here for a walkthrough so I can give you your key back. I ain't even telling him I'm leaving. That's how bad he's pissed me off. No, I've not had any Thomas stuff in HO. The only Thomas stuff I had was the old Ertl diecast stuff. They were just toys for kids. It was like a Matchbox car. And I'm excited. I want tomorrow to come now. I gotta call that guy. And the funny thing is the place is literally like not even a mile from me. And it actually sounds better than what I have now. But we'll have to get there and see first. Because technically I don't have a private basement. I have a shared basement entryway. They're saying at this other place it's a private basement. I'm hoping that it's a private stairway too. Tugs? No. The only thing I've heard of Chuggington. That came out in like 08-ish. 08, 09. I'll lose my carpeting, but it doesn't really matter now that I don't have the dog. I was keeping the carpeting because of his nails. But the hardwood floor is immaculate. It's a shame. This place has hardwood floors too, but they cover it with carpeting. And now they're pulling the carpeting up and putting the fake wood over the real wood. Dumbest fucking thing I've ever seen. They're putting that linoleum wood over the real hardwood floors. Gotta take a bio break. I'll be back. Oh, man. Wow, did I have to go. I just pulled a Tom Hanks and a League of Their Own pee. If Madonna was here, she would have done the same thing in the movie. She would have picked up a watch and started timing me. Hey, I'm still pissed. Oh, what are you doing here? Oh, there we go. I'm still pissed that they never did, they did cars, they did planes, but they never came out with trains. I'm pissed about that. I was looking forward to trains. I'm sure that makes sense to you, Jeff. Doesn't to me. Oh my God, I'm about to go over to my neighbor's house, my new neighbor's house, and just beat him with a bat. I have the wherewithal. Really? What are you doing? Oh, I gotta go check the other computer real quick. Okay, this is weird. What's going on here? My bandwidth is all over the place right now. Alrighty, is my sound working still? Testing. Okay, I might have to restart this because I don't know what the hell happened. So, yeah, I'll be back. Actually, no, I won't. It's almost time to cut it anyway. So, yeah. Have fun, y'all. You don't got to go home, but you can't stay here.